Thank you. I'd like to call to order the Tuesday, June 3rd, 2024 of the regular meeting of the East Lansing City Council. Madam Clerk, proceed with the roll.
Councilmember Altman?
Here.
Councilmember Meadows?
Here.
Councilmember Watson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Here.
Mayor Brookover.
He told me not to. Since we are expecting the mayor in a bit, we're going to move forward with the agenda without an excused absence since we're going to be expecting him. Moving forward on item 1.2, do I have a motion on approval of the agenda?
So moved. Support.
That is motioned by Councilmember Altman, seconded by Councilmember Meadows. Any discussion?
Yes, Mayor, if I may, I have an amendment. I would like to move to add an item 4.1.H, which is appoint Danielle Baird to the Commission on the Environment for a partial term ending December 31st, 2026.
Support.
Support. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? I was an aye. Sorry, I didn't voice that. Okay. So that passes 4-0.
I also have a motion, Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
I'd like to move to amend item 6.1 to read as follows. The city attorney requests a closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268(1) to discuss strategy connected with the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement, as well as pursuant to MCL 15.268(1) to discuss an attorney-client privilege memorandum that is exempt from disclosure pursuant to MCL 15.243(1)(g).
Is there support?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes. All right, moving forward. No, not yet.
Motion to approve the agenda with those amendments.
Thank you, City Attorney. This is a new role here. So yes, okay, now for the approval, seeing those two amendments as presented by Councilmember Altman and Councilmember Meadows, now the consideration of the amended agenda set forth. So is there a motion for that?
I think we just take a vote on that.
Just
Okay.
take a vote.
We got to vote on that. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we can move on to item number 1.3, the approval of the minutes for the May 21st regular council meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there
Second.
support? Moved by Meadows, seconded by Altman. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are adopted. All right. Moving forward to 2.0, communications. 2.1, all written communications received by the council are posted on the online agenda packet. 2.2, we have communications from the audience in person and online. I do have several blue forms here. If there are additional folks with desire to comment this evening, please fill out a blue form and turn it into the clerk. Let's begin with Miss Sally Newton.
Good evening. Congratulations and thanks to all of you for your hard work with the city for successfully hosting terrific events like the Arts Festival, a youth baseball tournament, the summer's library reading program, farmers market, the upcoming jazz festival, and the downtown summer gatherings for families and friends and visitors. Unfortunately, neighborhood canvassers are asking residents to sign the No Place Like Home Charter Amendment proposal using misinformation. Recently, several neighbors approached me with the most recent story. They were told an Upper Peninsula cancer patient staying with Glencairn neighbors in order to receive treatment in the Lansing area were reported to the city by nearby persons who thought the situation was illegal. Supposedly, the host family is being harassed and threatened with city fines for not following city ordinances. I contacted neighbors to learn more about the host family and situation. Nobody knew anything about this scenario. I followed up with a call to the city to learn more. I was assured this was another example of misinformation. This is reckless and irresponsible canvassing. Residents are told repeatedly the No Place Like Home proposal has nothing to do with our city's overlays. Seniors are continually misled regarding home health care workers assisting them. Neighbors are familiar with negative emails, phone calls, text messages, and doorstep methods of persuasion. They are exhausted and fed up with the continuous misinformation flooding our streets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Patrick Rose.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Patrick Rose, 310 Oxford Road, and I am part of the Charter Amendment Committee. We are seeking more just housing policies suited to the needs of East Lansing homeowners and their families. Today, I would like to talk about paragraph 4 of our Charter Amendment on the right to notice. It reads, 4, to enforce zoning, occupancy, or rental housing laws, the city must first notify owners and occupants of the violation by issuing an order and allowing at least 7 days to comply with the law. Why did we add this provision? Currently, the city can give $500 per day fines retroactively going back weeks without giving notice to explain to homeowners they are violating the law. Let's talk about 2 concrete examples. First, Penelope Cerniglu was given 33 fines for $500 each, totaling $18,000. As Chief Judge Richard Ball said in his decision, which you all have, I gave it to you twice, she was not given notice by the City Rental Housing Code Enforcement official, Rodney Young, before fines were put in her door and mailed to her. He talked to neighbors, pulled a water bill. He came to see Penelope's guest as she left the house and came back at night. Rodney did not tell Penelope or her guest they were being investigated. Judge Ball said the city did not have to show Penelope rented the home to her guest to be fined $18,000. Judge Ball said these fines were illegal and did not serve the purpose of the rental housing ordinance. He wrote in his decision, and I quote, application of the East Lansing rental housing ordinance to Penelope Cerniglu, where she did not rent the property and the city was demanding she leave it vacant instead of letting a guest live in her house, does nothing to further the established purposes of the ordinance or any governmental interest. Judge Ball ruled the fines were illegal because they did not serve the law's purpose and were beyond the city's power. City of East Lansing versus Penelope Cerniglu, docket number 1330076, dated May 1st, 2014. Paragraph 4 would have protected Penelope. The city has given thousands of dollars in fines as the first notice that the city thought they were violating the law, and to dozens of homeowners over many years without giving them notice or a chance to do the right thing. Let's look at a second concrete example. In Rapp versus City of East Lansing in 2012, as Ingham County Circuit Judge William Collette wrote in his opinion, defendant Rapp and 2 others illegally rented a residence on MAC from November 1st, 2009 until January 26, 2010. For roughly 3 months of violations, defendants were assessed $53,300 in fines. the city imposed the fines without advance notice. Judge Collette said these fines for illegally renting a residential housing unit were grossly disproportionate to what the owners and occupants did. The judge said, and I quote, "Here there were 3 people living there, the same number that might have if the ordinance were properly complied with. Mr. Asan, one of the occupants, could have lived at the residence with no violation at all if they had been given advance notice of the violation and obtained a license or moved out." Judge Collette found the fines assessed in this case were excessive in violation of the 8th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. He made a factual and a legal finding that they were an illegal form of punishment of a criminal nature, not a proper fine under civil infraction authority. Voters understand the problem. We've talked to them. Homeowners want advance notice and a chance to comply with the law. They want to be told if the city thinks they are violating the law so they can comply. This serves the purposes of the rental housing license law better than as it's now written. East Lansing's rental housing law is confusing, complex, convoluted, unfair, and arbitrary already. Our provision fixes the problem of large retroactive fines imposed without notice to the owner. It gives notice to educate residents, and it helps them comply with a confusing code that serves the city's goal. The current rules do not. Council members defending lack of notice may want to deny people the chance to comply or to know what the law is. They may want to defend the many illegal and unconstitutional fines imposed. Let the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Next up, Mr. Bill Rittenberg.
Hello, everybody. As mentioned, I'm Bill Rittenberg. I've lived and worked in East Lansing almost 45 years, and I signed up to speak today to explain why I support the proposed amendment of the charter to change the city housing code. I do feel that this amendment is very much in my own personal interests. I've lived with my family at 838 Touraine. I've owned it for almost 25 years. I've invested heavily in it, so it's much better condition now than when I first got it. At 82 years old, I'm a senior. I would like to continue living in that residence as long as possible, rather than be transferred to assisted living or a nursing home. But I feel that the present city code, well, as an 82-year-old, I'm healthy and independent now, but I know that I'm going to become, I'm going to decline and become less healthy and lose my ability, more or less, to take care of myself. And I feel that the present city code is going to interfere with my doing this conveniently and easily. One problem. The person who would make arrangements for my care lives in Nevada and would have to travel to East Lansing to make arrangements. And she's a cousin, very dear to me, very much a family member, but under the current city definitions of family member, she doesn't qualify to reside in my home. So if she comes here to make arrangements for me, she'll have to live in my home if she does as a guest. And as you all know, there's a time limit. She's only legally permitted to come arrange care for me, help me, for 30 days, after which she'd be in violation. in violation of the code. Either I would have to obtain a rental license, which is expensive and time-consuming, or if she continues after 30 days, she'd be in violation of code, and I'd be subject to these fines we just heard about of $500 a day. So I worry about this. Another problem concerns the level of assistance I might need as I become frail or as I decline, which of course is unknown at this point. But I do have long-term care insurance, which provides for in-home care, but only with a medical diagnosis that the care is needed, and only provided by a licensed medical practitioner. So I'm anticipating that as I get old, I may very well slowly lose my capabilities to perform routine, ordinary activities of daily living that don't need a licensed medical practitioner to help with. And I do believe that it makes sense that there's a large group of people in East Lansing who would be happy to come live in my home with room and board while doing some more simple care for me as a declining elder. But the city code would make doing that very complicated. First, somebody staying as a guest could only stay for 30 days, after which these fines would kick in. If I hired someone to come and live and care for me to do simple non-medical care, I'd have to hire them according to the code, according to my understanding, 40 hours a week, which is unnecessary. And also, if a live-in caretaker were there more than 30 days, these fines would kick in. So I feel overall that the code in these respects is unduly, and others, is unduly complicated. Its provisions are scattered around rather than integrated. It's confusing and subject to different interpretations and misunderstandings. And it's an invitation.
30 seconds left, Mr. Bell. Thank you.
My hearing as a senior is not that good, but I can see I have now 20 seconds left. Anyway, the simple solution to this problem is not to embark on a complicated revision of the code, but to pass this amendment, which would provide very simply that a guest can live in, any homeowner can have any guest living in their house as long as they want, so long as that party doesn't pay rent, and so long as that party doesn't help exceed the legally mandated occupancy requirements. This is a simple solution that gives me the flexibility I would need, I imagine, as a senior to arrange care for myself easily. Oh, thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Next up, Shari Rose. Sherry or Shari? Sherry. I know someone who spells it the same that does
have a
the
New York accent
Shari.
to get it right.
Yeah.
Okay, hi. So I'm here to tell another story this week about collecting signatures and what I learned from people. And I think it conveys how confusing and complex these rules are and how people misunderstand them. So while collecting signatures, I began to explain to a woman the exceptions that she could have in her home, that she was allowed to have, and I explained that you could have a child care provider, but only if that child care provider was scheduled for 20 hours per week for at least 42 weeks per year, and that that person was taking care of someone who was age of 14 or under, or someone who had a mental or physical disability. And the woman looked at me and said, "That's not true." And she said, "I got this from the city, and now I have a nanny for the summer. That's not 42 weeks, and I don't have them for 20 hours a week. They're just about 10 or 15 hours. And I said, well, let's read this. You're right. It says, what does not require a rental license? And it clearly says exchange students, visiting clergy, medical caregiver, and childcare. So the woman interpreted the paper that the city gave to her correctly on this piece of paper. However, this piece of paper is quoting from Chapter 6, Article 3, Chapter 10, 1001.2. To find out the definition of childcare person, you have to go to Chapter 6, Chapter 2, Section 202, General Definitions, where you find what the definition of childcare worker is, which I read explicitly because I do carry around the codes so that I can be very precise. And it says scheduled 20 hours. I went back to the January 17th meeting where Annette Irwin described this rule, and I wrote it down specifically here. And Annette explained this rule, and she said, why is this so specific? Everything happens for a reason. I'm quoting now. We had some cases that came up. We had gotten a complaint, and when we went to follow up with the owner, said, yes, this is a person I have living here that does childcare for me. But the home didn't have what you would think of as a traditional need. This was a high school student living there, but the childcare was a college student that was living with the family to give rides to the high school student when they needed it. So that was inappropriate in the city's mind. So for that reason, we had to get specific. So the city added the definition of childcare way up in Chapter 2, but if you're in Chapter 10 of Chapter 6, you would not see the specific way childcare is defined. So that woman did not know, the woman who read this did not know she was breaking the rules, and she could have been subject to $500 a day fines going back retroactively under the current rules. So Annette Irwin's story about we got some complaints and we found that this wasn't a 14-year-old, we found that this wasn't your traditional need. We don't believe that the city should define what a traditional need is. If someone wants to have a college student in their home driving their kid to their activities, they might not drive or have a car, then we believe the homeowner should choose that and have a right to make that decision. Not the city narrowing a definition because somebody complained about who was in their home. And I want to say something about this in terms of the 42 weeks and the 20 scheduled hours. We have Michigan State University in our backyard, and I'm a big fan. I graduated there and got my PhD in education. We're #1 in the country for education. I used the College of Ed babysitters all the time when my kids were growing up. They're outstanding. Anyone who had their kids at the lab school knows that our
30 seconds remaining.
Our family ecology has great students. You could not use those students throughout the year when they're in school because Michigan State is 34 weeks, and if they wanted to go home for the summer, they would not fit the 42-week definition. Nor could you have them in your home for the summer if you need that care when your kids are home from school. Legally, according to the rules, anyone who wants to see them, I will show them. Specifically, it's very hard to find in the code. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. Next up, Carol Heatherting? Thank you. It is Heather.
Heatherington,
Heather-
yes, no A. Thank you, everyone puts the A in. I guess it was 13 letters and bad luck, so they got the A. So, thank you very much for your being here. I'm here to speak in opposition to the No Place Like Home petition that is being circulated. I've heard it described as a more humane set of rental laws and codes, and I find that ironic. I that any of the petitioners who have been circulating the petition would consider call themselves humane. It has been, is it humane to lie to senior citizens and tell them that they can't have a caregiver when that's not true? Is it humane to incorrectly tell people that two people that are not married can't live together in East Lansing? These are all things that have been accounted to me from my neighbors. Is it humane to harass people so much that they'll sign just to get you out of the driveway? And that includes seniors. Is it humane to send neighbors emails that portray people regretting their decisions on their deathbed because they won't sign your petition? Seriously. Where is the humanity in calling someone and threatening to sue because they don't agree with your position? These petitioners can't accept the loss because the overlay, which we have all over East Lansing, was granted, and they're spreading disinformation in our neighborhood, and I'm angry about it. You know, I've lived here for 34 years in the neighborhood, and there's so much dissension now, and misinformation, and confusion, and it's really upsetting that you're trying to make people feel guilty about trying to protect the neighborhood and protect the safety and value of their homes. Living in a college town requires the city and the residents to work together and to have regulation, and this would eliminate regulation. And they claim that it wouldn't, it would only apply to people who didn't pay rent. Well, I'm sorry, but if any of you have college students, how do they pay their rent? Through Venmo. How is this something that's possibly monitored? Okay, so I am very concerned, and I'm very concerned about the petition, but I'm especially concerned about people being harassed just because they live in these neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, Chris Maghia? How'd I do? Close. Close?
Maghia.
Good try. Say it one more time for me.
Maghia.
Oh.
So my name is Chris Maghia. I live at 418 Clarendon Road. I'll start by saying I'm in full support of the petition that's circulating. I'm trying to gather some signatures myself. I'm not going to address any of the stories and misinformation that's being spread around, but I will give you my perspective. So we live here and we own the home since 2009. And I'll be honest, maybe everybody else knows all the rules and regulations. I don't. I don't read the city code in full detail. So it took me 15 years to fully understand the fact that if I have a friend, a cousin, a visiting professor, colleague of mine in the home, we're basically breaking the law. So when this was explained to me after 15 years being in East Lansing, I thought, okay, I understand there. So I actually read, rules and regulations in detail. I understand the exceptions. I understand what's legal, what's not. But I still find it troubling that, again, we can have friends over the summer or cousins, and our families extended families are overseas. So when they do come, or if they come, they tend to stay. I actually thought back over the years, we had parents in the house, but then I read, I understood from the rules that that's okay, it's family, so, we were not breaking the law. But I was trying to think, and I perhaps imagine that a lot of East Lansing citizens, like me, don't read all the points of the city code and might have broken this law unknowingly. I guess it's just, good luck that the neighbors or somebody didn't tell on them or the city didn't investigate. And again, unknowingly. So one situation that I imagine, in our case, it's, something we cannot do, we were talking about it, but we can't, is have one of my, so we have 3 daughters. Their cousins are overseas in Romania. So We were thinking maybe we could have one of them for one semester. It turns out we can't, unless they're an exchange student and unless there's, so it's complicated. But we can't just have them over for, let's say, the summer, unless I misunderstand the local law. Another situation, both me and my wife are college professors, MSU. Again, my understanding of the current law is that we cannot have, let's say, a visiting professor. We can host a visiting professor for over 30 days. So if, one of our professor friends from other universities would want to be and have an arrangement with MSU to come and be a visiting scholar for, say, a semester, 3 months or so, we could not host them. So they would have to find a rental arrangement of some sort. So what I'd like to happen, and I'm not going to convince anybody here, and that's okay, but I'd like to, given a chance, I'd like to be given the chance to understand the issue. I'd like the East Lansing voters to be able to decide on this. I'd like, which this change would allow, I'd like to be given notice if I happen to break the law, like, I'm not mowing the lawn, okay, so I get a notice. Okay, I comply. I would like to be given notice with, rental laws or any other laws that I might be breaking, and a chance to comply. So, given for me, and perhaps many others, the, complexity and, in my view, unfairness and in some situations, really arbitrary ways that the rental housing law in East Lansing is written, again, let the voters decide. Thank you for your time.
Thason Sardar.
Good evening. In this past week, several hundreds of Palestinians have been killed and injured in Rafah, in Gaza. For context, please be advised that Rafah is only 2 times the size of New York's JFK Airport. Rafah is densely populated with 1.4 million people, which is why President Biden called it a red line if Israel invaded it. And now that it has crossed the red line, he seems to be helpless. He's not making any noise about it. I'm here again to implore the Council to adopt a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. You cannot shrug this off as a non-issue for local governance. It is very much a local issue, as we had several dozens of people who were here, they wrote to you, and they made their ask right here at the Council meetings. It is a local issue because students at MSU held an encampment demanding divestment from a country that is being investigated for committing a plausible genocide. In response, the MSU president wrote a letter to the students and the community at large stating that MSU does not invest in Israel bonds. I hope the city will follow this lead and inform its citizens likewise. With every passing day, not only are more Palestinians being killed, but communities around the world are hurting as well as we grieve over the loss of lives in the senseless violence aimed at further ethnic cleansing, land grab, guised as revenge and retaliation. And as President Biden put it today, Netanyahu wants to prolong the war to remain in power. Please demand for an end to this war and preservation of life, and seek preservation of life. This should not be hard. It is the least we could do, you could do as a council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sardar. And next up, Josh Ramirez Roberts.
Hello, I'm here to speak on 5.1, consideration of a request to construct a single-story multi-tenant retail building with drive-through window and parking lot, blah, 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 blah. So I've spoken on this issue a few times, and I still hold the same position that given the city's current goals to build a more sustainable, walkable, dense city, that we should really be constructing drive-throughs. These are car-centric infrastructure that are really going to be irrelevant in terms of city planning in 20, 30 years from now. Although I do understand that I have requested before, hey, this would be a good idea if you want. I don't mind developing the site at all, right? Fine, go ahead, do that. But these single-use buildings, right, that are really going to be phased out anyway in however many years, especially with us updating our master plan, I view that, it is my view that the council should vote no on this, especially given the drive-through. the car-centric nature of it and how bad that is for the environment, how bad that is for city planning in general. It's something that we don't traditionally have a lot of in East Lansing for those reasons, and when we do have those, they're quite restricted in location. Now, if we do want to develop the site, which is all good, all fine, I would suggest maybe doing multi-use buildings. That'd be something that would be perfectly, it'd be much better for the community as a whole, and although I understand that that requires a lot more capital, at the very least, a building could be constructed in a way to support further construction once further capital is acquired, if that ever does happen. So we're not simply having to do more and more construction 20 years from now. I did not entirely plan out what I was going to say, so I don't have a clear line of thought here, so I will end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Any other comments from the audience? Any other public comment from the audience? And how about online queue?
There are no callers in the queue.
No callers in the queue. All right, thank you. Moving right along, item 2.3, communications from the mayor and city council members. Let's start with Council Member Altman.
Thank you, Mayor. I hadn't planned to make a report tonight, but I feel a need to respond to some of the comments from the podium earlier, and I apologize in advance to our guests who have later agenda items. It looks like we're on track to spend a fair amount of time at the start of each meeting for the next several months until the petition deadline passes, and that's fine. That is what it is. The Cernoglu case that Mr. Rose referenced was, I believe, a 2013 case that the defendant in that case ended up settling, or now Representative Cernoglu ended up settling for $2,320, admitting fault. Some of the fines were thrown out, but she did admit fault. The previous case was from 2009, 2010 per the speaker's dates. I simply don't believe that there have been any illegal or unconstitutional fees since then. That's an overstatement. I do want to read from a Lansing State Journal article from the time that helps place this a little bit in context. They interviewed city attorney at the time, Tom Yaden, and he said, I'm reading from the article, Yaden said the city ordinance authorizing the daily fines has been in place for more than a decade. That would have been since 2003 at that point, and was initially upheld by Ingham County Circuit judges after it was challenged in court. So our ordinances have been litigated, I believe, all the way up to the Michigan Supreme Court and found to be neither unconstitutional nor illegal. Yaden says, way back when we just issued one ticket, that proved ineffective. The profits they got illegally from rentals outweighed any fine that was assessed. So there are competing interests here. You can make a lot of money off an illegal rental, and the fines have to be sufficient to deter that. So that's the part of the story that they don't tell you. Yaden said the city began to levy a daily fine much less frequently following a case about 2 years ago before County Circuit Judge Clinton Kennedy III, and that was the Cernoglu case. Now, Yaden said the city imposes a daily penalty for only the most serious cases. We started looking at our procedures and we tried to determine if there's a better way of doing this. He said, we look at a number of factors, and one of them was the profits that were made that were illegally obtained, and we look at imposing a penalty on top of the profits that were made. So this is a perfectly sensible approach. There's nothing wrong with it. I want to thank Mr. Rittenberg for his comments and take the opportunity to help clarify his actual situation, because his comments really illustrate the depth of the misinformation that is circulating here. It's really quite terrible, and in fact, I would say it's deplorable. And to the people who are circulating this misinformation, I would say welcome to the basket of deplorables. The idea that people cannot age in place in East Lansing is misinformation, and the people distributing this misinformation are using deplorable tactics. So the speaker's friend, who he would like to invite to for a home care situation, the speaker characterized as a member of his family. That qualifies as a member of his family. That qualifies under the domestic unit provision of our code. And I'm going to take the opportunity to read that, I think for the third time in this overall episode of communication about our rental overlays. Under the definition of family in our code, in the zoning code, section 50-6, paragraph 3 is called the domestic unit provision, okay? And I'm going to read verbatim. Domestic unit, as herein defined, A domestic unit shall be given the same rights and privileges and shall have the same duties and responsibilities as a family, as defined herein for purposes of construing and interpreting this chapter, which is the zoning code. Domestic unit shall mean a collective number of individuals living together in one dwelling unit whose relationship is of a regular and permanent nature, and having a distinct domestic character or a demonstrable and recognizable bond, which is precisely the speaker's situation. And I understand he's being distracted by one of the people who doesn't want him to listen to this, but I would prefer he would listen to this. A demonstrable and recognizable bond where each party is responsible for the basic material needs of the other and all are living and cooking as a single housekeeping unit. The person that he would have live with him could easily be characterized as a domestic unit. But in fact, there are other ways to have help in your house in the kinds of situations that the speaker described. If you read the full definition of guest, not the only part that they want you to read, then it turns out it's more comprehensive. So let's look at the full definition of a guest, which I will read verbatim from the code. Any person who occupies a room for living or sleeping purposes without consideration and for no longer than 30 consecutive days, no more than 60 days in a year. Okay, that's the part that they want you to hear. But then there's the rest of it. Okay, the semicolon is followed by, except that for dwellings not required to be licensed pursuant to Chapter 10, which is exactly the speaker's situation. Guest means a person who occupies a room for living or sleeping purposes in a dwelling unit with the owner or owner's family residing therein without consideration. No mention of a time limit. None. People who tell you this are lying to you, and it's reprehensible. There are other options as well. There is the domestic servant provision, and I understand that domestic servant is an outdated term and we need to update that, absolutely. And then, of course, there is the medical caregiver provision. Yes, these provisions are scattered around the code. They are hard to find. We admit to that, we have admitted to that before, and we're working on it. We want to try to get them all in the same place. Getting them all in the same place will make it a lot harder for people who want to spread misinformation to focus you on one part without telling you about the other part. Okay, so we have to do this. Another speaker mentioned a visiting professor. Okay, a visiting professor is a guest under that second half. Okay, the other thing about the visiting professor issue is that MSU provides facilities to house visiting professors, just like any other university in the country. And if a visiting professor is someone well enough known to you that they count as a part of your family, then they count as a part of your family and they can live with you. So this is just another canard. Extended families, friends, cousins are all part of a domestic unit and complicated under that provision. That's why it was written into the code 25 years ago, to contemplate these kinds of relationships. So you can absolutely have your stepdaughters in your house visiting from overseas. The story about the child care issue that prompted us to revise our code, that illustrates the lengths to which homeowners will go to disguise rent payments, because that's what that was. And we amended the code to deal with a situation where someone was disguising rent payments. And that's what you're going to see all over the place if the No Place Like Home Charter Amendment passes and survives litigation. Okay? There will be no place like home for many of us. So it's named correctly in that regard. The idea that giving the city the ability to regulate rent-paying tenants sort of fixes it all is nonsense. Because what's rent? Who knows what rent is? One of the most common dodges that people use to create de facto rentals in the city is when parents buy a house for their kids, when the kids are going to MSU. We have one butting up against our property, okay, right now. And what you will see, if this charter provision goes into place and survives litigation, is a surge in the number of those situations, because None of our limitations will apply if there is no rent being paid. In particular, occupancy limits will not apply. And parents will find it very attractive to have a whole bunch of kids living in that house to offset the cost. And they will be paying for groceries, and they will be paying for utilities, and they will be paying for the kegs, and they will be living in attics, and they will be living in basements without egress windows. And if there's 6 of them living in the house, there will be 6 cars on the street. And that's what we're going to get if this goes through. So, we are working on getting the code in shape so that people can understand it and have easy access to the knowledge they need to make the decisions they need to make about their lives, okay? That's what we're going to do. People have a First Amendment right to go door to door and lie to people, okay? They do. They don't have a right to harass or threaten people. But to take action against that, the city needs to hear the complaints. Okay? And so I'm just throwing that out there. If this goes in the direction that it seems to be going in, okay, city needs to hear the complaints. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Altman. Councilmember Meadows.
Well, I'll follow up a little bit on that. I do want to emphasize that with regard to Bill's comment about a guest and the requirement of the 30-day, no more than 30 days and 60 days, it would not apply to him. He is the owner of his property. It does not have a rental license. That restriction applies only to rental properties, period. The restriction, there is no restriction on having a guest at your house if you're the owner-occupier of your house and it's not a licensed rental and you are not charging any rent. So the guest definition is actually one of the clearest, I would say, that is in the code. But Bill also made some comments about the provisions scattered around, and I agree with that. During the time that we adopted the International Property Code, prior to that time when we had initially adopted a rental housing code, it was all in one spot. And when we adopted the International Property Code and had to make amendments to the International Property Code, some of the items were scattered into the International Property Code. Annette Irwin, the city attorney, and myself met 2 days ago to go through this set of ordinances with the purpose of combining them into a single location and to eliminate some of the confusion that has been, I think, promoted within the community. So we don't have a specific timeline with regard to that, but it's ASAP as far as I'm concerned. So you can expect before too long that we will be introducing amendments to the rental housing code to make it clearer, to bring all of its components into a single location insofar as it's possible. And, that's a legitimate objective of the City Council. If there is one thing that I think has come out of the circulation of this petition that we can say was a good thing is that we all had to sit down and look at that code and try to make the changes that are necessary to make it clearer. Now, there are things that were circulated. I think the last time we were here, we got a list of questions in writing from one of the speakers, I think. And in each one of those instances, you didn't need a rental license. There are very few instances. If you're charging rent to somebody, you need a rental license. And there are limitations on the number of individuals who can live in a particular location based on basically history. Because after 1997, when we adopted Ordinance 900, we ended up with 2 unrelated individuals, generally in single-family homes. That is our limitation via the zoning code, which, I might add, This proposal, if passed, changes the zoning code. I'm not even sure that that's lawful, frankly. So it is something, there are issues with regard to this petition that go beyond its language. I'll just note that. There is, questions even that I have with regard to the language in Chapter 10, what we call Chapter 10, which hopefully will have its own chapter after we are done with our review of this. In Chapter 10, the language which relates to, that was brought up anyway by Sherry, is different than the language that is in the definition section of the International Property Code. And those are the type of things that we have to bring into compliance going forward. And then, lastly, we do have a provision in the code related to notices. And those notices are set out in the International Property Code. They are not set out very well, I would say, in Chapter 10, and we intend on dealing with that as well. And then one final comment on this particular item, which is that these are changes to ordinances. And essentially, the passage of a charter amendment doesn't really make the changes to the ordinances. What it does is it creates a conflict between the charter and the ordinance, which often has to be resolved in court. We can avoid that. This could have been a petition, an initiative petition to add language or change language. That requires a lot more signatures, I might add, than they have to collect for a ballot proposal, which may have been the thinking. So in any event, I think that by changing the language of the ordinances, that's the appropriate way for the city council to proceed and the city administration. And that's all I have to say on that subject at this point in time anyway. But I do have one more comment.
Yes, sir.
Because today in the DMB meeting that I'm a member of the Downtown Management Board, some of the members walked in and indicated that they were not able to plug in their free parking code. And that is the one perk that our board and commission members get, is free parking at City Hall, and that it didn't work. And if the parking department made a change, I just hope that we also have notification to all the board and commission members of the new code. And if it's a problem with the kiosk, I hope that gets fixed as soon as possible. Okay. Those are my comments.
And I take your glance towards our city manager on that. Okay, with that, Councilmember Watson.
I think the DMB is the only board or commission that has free access.
I think all of them are supposed to have free access at
Do
City
we?
Hall.
Oh, at City Hall. I don't know. All right. The first thing I'd like to talk about is if you live west of Abbott Road, there is free leaf pickup on Monday. I encourage you to take advantage of it. I did. I'm east of Abbott Road, so we're done. But if you are west of Abbott Road, there's free leaf pickup that the City of East Lansing does 2 times a year, and that time is on Monday for some of you. The next thing I want to say as far as the rental discussions go, I look forward to us as the city being transparent about the funds. The fines that we have distributed throughout the years. And I also look forward to, again, I've remarked about this before, sometimes laws and policies are in place for discriminatory reasons, to keep some people out and to let some people in. So it's really interesting to peek out my window and wonder why a young person is walking in or out of a house, and I really, again, I think it's embedded in white supremacy, it's embedded in heterosexism, and I appreciate the conversation because it opens our minds up for this need for change and a look at what was created and what might have worked 20 years ago that doesn't work right now. Speaking of, June is Pride Month. Happy Pride Month to all of you. And even for our LGBTQ plus people, I was on the Human Rights Commission. This was not 2 decades ago when we were talking about the rules that were in place for selling your homes and how it was illegal to sell your home to an LGBTQ plus family. And so just again, we've got rules that we're still trying to fix. And I encourage everyone to turn to wonder as you think about, does this make sense or does that make sense, about who comes in whose doors, how long they stay, and what bedroom they're in, and who feeds them and stuff. The next thing I wanted to mention is I was looking at the board vacancies that should be updated on the council agenda. I don't believe it's updated because I don't see our new commission, the Charter Commission, on there. And so just want to ask that perhaps we have an updated mark on the board vacancies so that people know, and that we also make sure it's updated. It was created as a way, like we have people in the room right now that are involved in the community and people that look at our agendas, and so it's really helpful to know that we've got vacancies. Our Charter Commission, am I referencing the name correctly? Charter Committee. Thank you. Our Charter Committee, you can apply through June 15th. And please clarify if it closes at 11:59 on June 15th, which is a Saturday. So if you work Monday through Friday, you still have Saturday to get your application in. But just encourage people to think about our Charter Review Committee and to applying. It's a big deal because, again, it's been a while since we updated, and there's frequently reasons, like every 5 years as we talk about our master plans, et cetera, that we do look at what we've done, what we've said, and what needs to be changed or needs to be updated. And the last thing I want to mention is our East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission meets tomorrow. And they've made a request to our city attorney to clarify their access to videos. And so if LEPOC is unable to receive the legal opinion from our city attorney, I would like to bring it up for discussion amongst council. If some of you have been reading the news, the shooting that happened, the sad shooting that happened, another shooting in our area. This one was in Lansing, where a 17-year-old lost his lives and other people are shot, and you know, we're never informed of how injured they are, but they are injured as well, possibly could be for life, you know, could be for a week. But one of the things was to turn off the lights. I'm not going to say anything about that, but the other thing is videos. And so we like to turn to videos when crimes are committed, and we like to look at videos. And so it's really important, as our East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission looks at and considers everything that took place, that they are able to have access to the videos, or that they have a clear understanding of why that rule would change for them, especially when during this time we're understanding why it's important to have videos in our shopping areas, why it's important to post the cameras in parking lots, et cetera, et cetera. We don't want to bar that from our East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission without very good reason. So I look forward to hearing from our city attorney or council having a discussion about that. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to point out, Mayor Brookover is in the house. He is in the house. We'll call him up so he can take this gavel from me. And while he's making his way up, I just want to add, in terms of my comments this evening, is double down on Councilwoman Watson's comments about Pride Month. A lot of activities happening around the region. Two, just a reminder, as we voted on a couple weeks back, the Vernay Myers Community Conversation on June 12th. June 12th. Follow us on social media, then you don't have to listen to me at City Council. And then, of course, our Summer Solstice Jazz Festival. It's a time to be in East Lansing. So So June 21st, that kicks off. And last but certainly not least, like a broken record, I haven't mentioned it in a while, election volunteers. Check out the city clerk's site to sign up to be an election inspector. It's a critical time. We have August election, and then, of course, the November election, where we're looking at recruiting 350 folks just for the operations of our elections. Civics. So high schoolers, too, I know sometimes listen to us on the video. So hopefully if you're hearing this and are able to sign up, we'd love to have you. So with that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
I have no further comments. We're ready to move on to city manager report.
I have no comments.
City attorney?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. So as it relates to Councilperson Watson's comments regarding IPOC, I have spoken with the staff liaison, Ms. Hardy, as most recently as yesterday, regarding making sure the IPOC gets access to any videos that they want to review. And I've had an ongoing discussion with Deputy Chief Pride. And just to be absolutely clear, the question is not whether they should be able to review those videos. We have no problem with them reviewing the videos. It's simply developing a process to ensure that we can maintain their confidentiality, to protect investigations, to protect the confidentiality of some of the individuals in the videos and things of that nature. So we're working on that. And to my understanding, there's no specific pending videos that they wish to see. So we will get that resolved, and we will make sure that they do have access to those videos.
Okay, moving on. We have judges in the House.
Yes.
I had no idea we're going to have this many judges in the House.
It's a good thing you can,
This is
sir.
pretty complicated. So I'm going to ask Judge McCormick to introduce all the judges and give us her presentation, please.
Thank you, Mayor Brookover. I am Judge Lisa McCormick, and I am the presiding judge of the Family Division at the 30th Circuit Court. I'm joined with some of my colleagues tonight. Judge Greenwald from 54B District Court, which I'm sure you're familiar with, Judge Ward from 54A District Court, and Judge Dunnings, who is my colleague at the Circuit Court and also the Probate Court. She is the Chief Judge of the Probate Court and Pro Tem of the Circuit Court. I am here today to ask everyone to support the resolution recognizing the formation of the Specialty Court Coalition. I formed this coalition and received the support of all my colleagues at the 30th Circuit Court, at the Probate Court, at the 54A District Court, 54B District Court, and 55th District Court, and that's a lot of judges. But I was able to get their support because everyone supports specialty courts here in Ingham County. And I think this resolution highlights the important work that the courts are doing and the different type of work to reach these participants that we're serving. And so one, for the resource book that I've passed around, is just for information for the public. You can get it on our website at any of the courts, the 30th Circuit Court, 54A, 54B, 55th. I provided a hard copy tonight, but it just highlights the amazing work that my colleagues and I am doing. I preside over a family treatment court. I co-preside with Judge Jamo, who was here earlier tonight but had to leave. My colleague at the 30th Circuit Court over a mental health court. And these courts are just so important. We're doing amazing work, and I was able to preside over mental health court today, and I will tell you that it's the most important thing I do as a judge. One for the coalition was to inform the public. Our colleagues want everyone to know in the public what we do. Second was for us to sit down and collaborate as judges and to discuss difficult cases and how to handle them and provide insight to each other to help each other out. We're all doing great work individually, but collectively we were not doing a good job about sharing our hard work. So that was the second reason. And the third reason was to bring back information like this. I went to a national training. I didn't come up with this idea on my own. I brought it back to my colleagues. We instituted it here in Ingham County, and there's more of these trainings that we're going to participate in, and we'll be able to bring it back to each other and improve our courts as a whole. So I'm happy to answer answer any questions. I know Judge Greenwald wanted an opportunity to talk about the annual report regarding the, from the State Court Administrator's Office about our specialty courts, and it just highlights, I think, some of the points I've already made about the great work we're doing. So Judge Greenwald, if you wanted to come up.
Thank you, Judge McCormick, and good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, council members, City Manager, and Mr. Chubb. I want to take this opportunity to thank Judge McCormick, who did come up with well, maybe didn't come up with it, but implemented a really wonderful idea. My message here tonight is it's just these treatment courts that we have in our county, which Judge McCormick and our coalition have now put together that information in one place where it all can be seen and distributed to the community, is something to be proud of. Ingham County is, I mean, when you look at the number of treatment courts, the number of different types of treatment courts that we have in our community, it is it's an incredible resource for the community. And for us here in East Lansing, the 3 treatment courts that we have is also something to be proud of. It's something that I am very proud of to be a part of at 54B, and to be able to house the county's only Veterans Treatment Court, the county's only, at least right now, adult drug court, and a sobriety court for the court of our size and for a community of our size. It's really something to be proud of. And you all know, I know that you've been involved and have attended our review hearings and graduations, and Mayor Brookover has been part of the Veterans Treatment Court since the beginning. One of the things that we're working on as a coalition is to educate and advocate for these programs. Because while they might not be new information to us, there still are, of course, a lot of people out there that don't know about treatment courts and the good work that our courts are doing. Recently, the Veterans Treatment Court we've gone through some trainings where national trainers come in and do some work with us. And that's one of the big messages is each one of us, certainly me as a judge and all of us as judges, should have on the tip of our tongue, let me tell you about my treatment court. So, you know, when the trainer was talking about a judge he works with that, you know, you ask this guy about how was your lunch, and he says, my lunch was fine, but what's really great is my Veterans Treatment Court. And let me tell you about all the things that are going on there. And that's what I'm asking that's what we are committed to doing, and that's what I'm asking from each of you too, as leaders in this community. I provided just a little one-page information about the most recent annual report that is put out by the Michigan Supreme Court and SCAO, and it just summarizes the good work that problem-solving courts are doing across our state. And then, of course, what Ingham County and the City of East Lansing is part of. So you can, I provided a QR code that you can review the full report, but certainly there are some highlights in the back that show the concrete ways that treatment courts are helping people in their real life. So thank you so much. Thanks again for Judge McCormick and to my colleagues, Judge Ward and Judge Shauna Dunnings for the good work that they're doing. And I sincerely thank the City Council for their continuing support of the treatment courts here at 54B.
Thank you for coming. I hesitate to ask judges questions. I learned a long time ago. But could one of you just sort of bring us down from above the earth someplace to down and just briefly explain for the public that may be watching this or for our minutes, what basically does a treatment court do differently than a normal, what I'm going to call criminal court? If you could just simplify that for the public and for everybody that's listening, please.
You're the criminal judge.
Okay.
I can
Go
I
ahead.
Can do
Yes,
it.
yes.
So the coalition, we all do different things in regards to treatment courts, and they're not all treatment courts. So if you notice, the title is specialty courts because everyone's is a little bit different. For example, Judge Dunnings presides over a Phoenix court. She is addressing kids that are in the juvenile system due to potential human trafficking or abuse. And so this is a difficult population that she meets with every week. And I think that's the one distinction that you can look through all the courts, is that we'll meet weekly or biweekly with participants and we get to know them and we meet them where they're at. But she presides over Phoenix Court. Judge Ward presides over a domestic violence court, trying to help with that population. Judge Greenwald has a criminal court where Veterans Court, Sobriety Court, and Drug Treatment Court. I am a little bit unique because I'm a family division judge, but I have a family treatment court, so that's for abuse and neglect parents that are struggling with substance use. And then there's the mental health court, for example, that Judge Jamo presides over for individuals that have coexisting disorders, substance use and mental health. It's a completely different process, certainly nothing like you see on TV for a criminal case, because you're attempting to avoid the jail and give treatment and address people at where they're at and to come up with solutions. I tell my participants every week, if you are honest with me and you talk to me about what is going on, I will find a solution. There is a solution to every problem that comes before me. We just have to do it together. So we develop a relationship of trust, and for individuals that have been through the criminal justice system, it is hard to trust a judge wearing a robe. They've been in court before, and it's usually end poorly. So we have to develop that relationship with them, and then meet them at, like I said, where they're at, and offer services around them. Not everyone needs the same type of service, and I think we have learned a lot over the years. Just throwing people, or I shouldn't say throwing, placing people in jail or ordering them to go to jail really doesn't solve the solution. We want the community to be safe. We want them to have the services in place and be successful. So it's unique in the sense that we meet with individuals weekly. We talk with them about what's going on, figure out what they're doing, and see how we can make them better and help them through their very difficult recovery. So I think that probably summarizes it best. There's a wealth of information about the different courts in that booklet. I'd recommend everyone go to the 30th Circuit Court or 54B, 54A, or 55th District Court and find the coalition workbook there, or resource book, and you'll be able to see all the good work the courts are doing. But there's nothing more gratifying than presiding over one of these specialty courts, I can promise you that.
And the genesis for entry or recognition of the folks that might be needing such a court is either via their own attorneys or the attorneys on either side and the judges, correct?
Well, there's also an assessment that takes place
Okay.
for most of the courts that, so that we're putting the right people in the court. Not everyone needs a specialty court, so we have to recognize that as well. People that are high risk, high need, that need much more help and assistance and day-to-day and weekly contact. So, but
Okay.
that's usually how people can enter the court system, the specialty court.
Thanks for coming, and we'll have your resolution in our consent agenda, so thanks a lot. Go ahead, please.
If one of us or if one of the members of the community wanted to learn a little bit more about how these courts worked, would you just suggest we follow the court calendar, or do you have specific events that you might suggest that we would attend to, like graduations and so forth? Is there sort of a summary of how those things?
That's a great question. The graduations, we're trying to be more aware of that the public doesn't know what we're doing, so we're going to try to put that out. So we are informing our county commissioners at the county level. We can certainly notify all of you of the graduations. I also run Zoom during my graduations. They're open to the public, but it gives people an opportunity to Zoom in and not have to come to the courthouse. So everyone does their graduations a little different, but we're trying, that's something we're learning, that people want to know what we do.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's nothing better than being present at a graduation when someone successfully completes a program and you hear their story. Usually at graduations, you're able to hear a recovery story, and I will tell you, it's the most heartwarming thing, and that you're a part of something so incredible to see someone go through a journey like that, and where they came from and where they are now. So we'll certainly make sure we're informing individuals. I know Judge Greenwald informs of her graduations, but probably just to all of you, we need to do a better job as a county the judges in the county and the 54A judges to inform you of graduations. But the courtrooms are open to the public. Anyone can come in and observe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Mr.
And
Rose.
I don't have a problem questioning judges, but I don't have any questions for you.
Well, that's
But I do wanna-
that's of no big surprise to me, but
I just want to note that really, I've been an attorney for 50 years, and I believe that the development of the specialty courts is one of the most remarkable and best things that has happened in the justice system. It provides expertise to judges on issues because I think people may not realize that most judges are sort of generalists. They get every kind of case that is appropriate for their court, and they don't often have the opportunity to develop a specific expertise in a particular thing. This gives an opportunity for that to happen, and that means that the person residing over these matters is knowledgeable about all the aspects of it. And that also takes an advantage away from the attorneys who might also be involved, because often in private practice in particular, people specialize, and they have that knowledge, and often the court doesn't have as much. So hats off to all of this. I think one thing I would like more information on, because this one kind of stuck out to me, which is the swift and sure sanctions court. That I think that deserves some explanation anyway. But I want to thank you for everything that you do, and this is great. This is a great thing. So.
Well, in the swift and sure sanctions, just to that point real quickly, Judge Kennedy, who's retired but still presiding as a retired judge, he started that court at the 30th Circuit Court, and that is for individuals that would normally just go to prison, quite frankly. And so it gives them a last chance, so swift and sure. So, so that they have an ability to get a job, be successful in the community, and it's very closely monitored. But otherwise, 20, 25 years ago, all those individuals would have gone to prison. And we know where that would have ended up. So that's what the Swift and Sure is about. But I think that's the whole point of the resource book, is to let everyone know all the different types of specialty courts. And I just want to also highlight, I know that you're all in charge of budgets, and I know it's difficult during budget time, but I was able to go to the national conference, authorize, in Houston. Now, it's expensive to go to those type of conferences, but to your point, the only way that you're able to find out all the best practices, all the changes, all the different types of drugs, all the substances that are going on in different communities, is to be able to go to those national conferences. And they're not covered by necessarily by the grants that we receive. So it's the resources we have to use at the court. And so to your point, the only way we're going to get better at what we do is that we go to those trainings, the statewide trainings and also the national trainings. So for what it's worth.
thank you, judges.
Thank you
Are
so
we ready to
much.
move ahead?
Thank you.
Yeah. Consent agenda, Mr. City Manager?
4.1, approve the following appointments or reappointments to boards or commissions. A, reappoint Polly Synk to the Library Board of Trustees for a full term ending June 30th, 2029. B, reappoint Dave Ledbeber to the Downtown Development Authority for a full term ending June 30th, 2028. C, reappoint Dave Ledbeber to the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority for a full term ending June 30th, 2028. D is reappoint Jeff Smith to the Downtown Development Authority for a full term ending June 30th, 2028. E is reappoint Jeff Smith to the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority for a full term ending June 30th, 2028. F is reappoint Ruben Levinson to the Downtown Development Authority for a full term ending June 30th, 2028. G is reappoint Ruben Levinson to the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority for a full term ending June 30th, 2028. And from tonight's amendment, H, appoint Danielle Beard to the Commission on the Environment for a partial term ending December 31st, 2026. 4.2 is approve a resolution recognizing June as Pride Month. 4.3 is approve a resolution recognizing the Ingham County Specialty Court Coalition. 4.4 is approve the 8th Amendment to the Contract for Services and Use of school facilities agreement with East Lansing Public Schools for $58,900 and authorize city manager to sign. 4.5 is approve a contract for $20,400 with Clark Trombley Randers to provide design, engineering, and construction administration services to replace the boiler plant at East Lansing Hannah Community Center. 4.6 is approve a contract with Structured Tech for $33,925,000 to provide design and bidding management services to replace portions of the roof at City Hall and the Hannah Community Center. 4.7 is approve a contract with Clark Trombley Randers for $20,400 to provide design, engineering, and construction administration services to replace the boiler plant at East Lansing City Hall. 4.8 is approve a resolution authorizing an application to the Michigan Arts and Cultural Council's FY 2025 Experience Support Grant and approve the assurance of compliance for the application and authorize the city manager to sign. And 4.9 is approve a contract for $87,900 with Veridis Design Group to provide design, engineering, and construction administration services to improve the parking lot at the East Lansing Soccer Complex and the parking lot serving the East Lansing Family Aquatic Center and the East Lansing Softball Complex.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Meadows to approve the consent agenda, seconded by Mr. Altman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item 5.1, consideration of a request to construct a single-story multi-tenant retail building with drive-through window and parking lot at 210, 218, and 224 Westlake Lansing Road. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. I would also like to introduce tonight, and I should have asked, Grace, have you been introduced to?
I have not. I've met several of the council members, but.
So tonight I am accompanied by Grace Whitney, who works in our Planning and Zoning Department, does a lot of work in the area, particularly of zoning, has been doing a great job, and we're happy to have her with us, and she's assisting me tonight. I'll give you the preview of some of her assistance has to do with drive-throughs, and she knows them all quite well now. So this evening, this topic really is about the 6,000 square foot single-story multi-tenant retail building that council had held a public hearing for previously on April 16, 2024. This particular building also has a proposed drive-through at this location at 210, 218, 224 Westlake Lansing, and the drive-through uses do require a special use review, thus bringing us to this point. On the evening of April 16th, council did not take action at that point in time, did request some additional information regarding this particular property. There were, in particular, 3 items that council had requested that staff go back and do a little more research, get some more information for you. One being requesting information about the number of drive-throughs in the city of East Lansing. 2, confirmation of stacking spaces required for this particular proposed drive-through. And 3, the number of current listings of vacant properties and number of office vacancies versus retail vacancies along the Lake Lansing corridor in particular. So for the first request, the drive-throughs, Grace has visited them and has reported that there are 27 approved drive-throughs in the city since 1983. There is in your staff report a list of those particular properties, so you can see what they are made up of. I do think there was some question, particularly about how many perhaps have been approved that would be of a use similar to what this one might be, and if that was to be the case of what I call beverage small snack drive-throughs. I know, not a technical term, but you know, we're all familiar with the Starbucks, the JH drive-through places. There are 7 particularly on that list of those. The second item regarding confirm the stacking spaces required for this particular property and use, that would be 10 spaces are required and 11 have been provided. In regards to number of current listings of vacant properties, there is information in your report following the list of drive-throughs. There's also a map and then a report following that of vacancies for the commercial properties and the retail properties. And again, we're specifically talking about the Lake Lansing corridor. I think there was 13 properties, buildings, I'll say properties, related to office commercial space with vacancy, many of them with some vacancy. The vacancy in those 13 buildings, just to give an idea, ranging from 58% leased, of course, to 100% leased. So, and then the retail structures really do appear to be mostly all pretty much being leased at this time. Very, very little vacancy. I think we noted particularly at Coolidge Court at this time, there's 80% leased, so there's some space there in that particular retail area. Happy to answer further questions if you have any, or anything else that Grace or I can address for you.
Any questions from council?
I have a question.
Ms. Watson?
Do they have drive-throughs anywhere else, the business?
The owners of this particular property, do they have drive-throughs? I do not know the answer to that question.
It doesn't seem common to have a drive-through pickup for tobacco.
I don't believe they have stated this is particularly for tobacco.
Oh, maybe I'm reading the wrong thing then.
I know the ownership is Puff Puff Tobacco, but that does not mean, I don't think they intend to have a drive-through tobacco. They're just the owners. They own some other property. I noticed, in fact, they own another retail space similar to this, more down the road, probably in the Meridian Township, where they have businesses.
And is this the spot by Little Caesar? Little Caesar's where the Central Pharmacy used to be?
I believe they have ownership in that property.
Okay, so we're talking about another place or something? I'm just confused.
What we're discussing this evening is 210, 218, and 224 West Lake Lansing in the city of East Lansing. And let's see, if I were to describe where that is.
Just before Arbor.
Yep, just before Arbor Glen.
Okay, so it's not the spot where Little Caesar's is?
No,
Okay,
no.
Thanks. All right, thanks.
Can you tell me where the report is on the drive-in restaurants in town? I can't find it.
Yes, in your packet. Go ahead, Grace.
Yes, page 26 of the agenda item report.
Well,
It is right after the application.
okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? We'll bring it back to the council for potential motion or discussion. Is there any? Okay, for purposes of moving the agenda along, I will move to approve the request to construct a single-story multi-tenant retail building with drive-through window and parking lot at 210, 218, and 224 West Lake Lansing Road. Is there a second?
I'll second for purposes of discussion.
Seconded by Altman. Now, discussion.
I do have a question actually for staff. So there's two maps. The first one is entitled Lake Lansing Road Vacancy Report, and I'm gathering that that is office. And then the second one, a few pages later, is called Property Map Overview, and I'm guessing that is retail?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
I have a couple of comments, if I might, Mayor. So I'm concerned about the drive-through because what's in my head is the Starbucks on Grand River and also the drive-through on Trowbridge, which have caused a lot of headaches for neighbors. It's interesting to learn that there are more than that. I'm also concerned, I consider trees to be a natural feature, and there's a substantial number of mature trees on that property. And I would have appreciated some effort in terms of more aggressive replacement. There are number of trees over 16 inches in diameter. I'm concerned about losing those. And my understanding is that, so to the north of this property is a residential neighborhood. And I'm a little concerned that the interaction between the drive-through and the residences to the north has also not been factored in. So those are my concerns about this proposal.
I do have a question for
Yes, sir.
staff. And I may be just missing this somewhere, but the conditions, the condition number 2 from the Planning Commission indicates a memorandum of special use permit shall be filed with the County Register of Deeds per section 50-96 of the City Code. Is there a copy of that somewhere in these documents?
A copy of the,
Memorandum of special use permit.
I don't believe there is.
Okay.
Yeah, we would, usually that's filed after approval and we have the document prepared.
Okay, does the applicant want to address this? You don't have to, but if you want to, that's fine. Yes, sir.
David Christian with DC Engineering. I'm the engineer on the property here. A couple of the items which came up at the April 16th meeting. We did have an arborist go out to the property and evaluate the trees which were on the property. He found 3 classifications of trees out there. He has fast-growing native trees, and those include a box elders, silver maples, mulberries, and white spruce. None of those are considered a long-lived species. They're all a short-lived tree species. We have some non-native trees living on the property there. These, he believes, were left over from the residential homes. There were 3 residential homes comprising this 1-acre land tract that we're proposing to build on. And those include some Douglas fir, blue spruce, and Norway spruce. And then we have a huge crop of an invasive species, which he says is called a tree of heaven. And I believe the letter from the arborist, it was, who'd we hire? Chris Maltby. He is the owner of DeWitt Tree Care. And I believe Landon would have put a copy of his letter in your staff report. So that was one item we talked about on April 16th. We also talked a little bit about the traffic studies, and there was a little confusion about there being 2 traffic studies done, one with a negative and one with a positive result. After talking to Landon, we determined that the first traffic study was my calculations to determine if we met the threshold of 750 vehicles a day, which would then trigger the requirement by the City of East Lansing to produce a traffic study. And that traffic study was then prepared, and that traffic study was done by a firm, Fishbeck. That traffic study indicated that this development here is going to generate about 1,350 vehicle trips a day. 677 of those vehicle trips are people who are already traveling down Lake Lansing Road, and 677 of those would be new people coming to utilize this retail establishment here. And that's out of a total of about 20,000 vehicles a day that travel down that section of Lake Lansing Road. So the conclusion of that report is that there's no significant safety impact and that the entrance to this is designed appropriately. We are actually closing 2 existing curb cuts on the road and utilizing a shared entrance. Regarding the drive-through, I've positioned that drive-through so that the car headlights are actually not facing to the north where the residential housing is, and we've provided a substantial amount of landscaping shown on your landscaping plan that will provide screening in there for the vehicle headlights. So I think that's the 3 points I wanted to speak to, and then I'd invite, you want to come up and talk about the land use there?
Good evening, council members. I'm Sean O'Brien with Colliers, where I'm the market leader with Colliers here in the market. And I'm a retail consultant that I work with several large retailers like Costco and Myers and Menards and other small retailers like Subway and Dunkin' Donuts and several of the smaller fast casual type restaurant users. COVID changed a lot of basically the way people utilize food service today. More and more, even restaurants like McDonald's have 70% of their business go through a drive-through or a pickup window. For example, even Pizza Hut and pizza locations have really gone and transitioned to more of the drive-through and pickup windows. And as Dave had mentioned, the traffic counts are about 20,000 cars a day on Lake Lansing Road today. We don't anticipate a significant amount of new traffic being brought to the center to cause a lot of the issues that can be caused by a sudden change in traffic dynamics from a retail user that goes into a site. And today, because of this demand for extra drive-through capacities, most retail centers that are being built typically have an end cap with a drive-through or a pickup window, because a lot of times ordering is done online through an app, and so you're pulling in and your food is being prepared ahead of time and it's being picked up. Myself is a good example. I live in White Hills Woods, and I work at 2501 Coolidge. And, you know, for food options, we have a few next to Kroger. And otherwise, we have to go to Eastwood or we have to go to Frandor. And along Lake Lansing Road, there aren't a lot of opportunities for food service to service the local neighborhoods that are accessible to Lake Lansing Road or the commuters that go back and forth along Lake Lansing. So contrary to some people's belief, I think having the services closer to the end users reduces the amount of use of an automobile. And this case, the occupier or the owner of the center is not going to be using the drive-through. They're going to utilize the other end of the building, and we expect that there'll be about 3 or 4 occupants in this building. But the benefits of this building is it's going to serve the local neighborhoods and the transient traffic that goes through the Lake Lansing corridor. This use, obviously we're here because of the drive-through. Otherwise, it meets the code for B5 zoning. And the other thing is that that the current business owner gets to remain in the city of East Lansing and generate commerce within the city for mainly residents within the city that would otherwise have to go to, possibly out to Eastwood or other locations. So I think it's a benefit to the community.
I have a
Any
couple-
questions?
Yes, I have a couple questions. So, did I miss something in the voluminous report? You're talking about occupiers of the building? Who's going to occupy this building?
The tobacco, Puff Tobacco is one of the, they're the
Okay, so they're going to have a
owners.
retail tobacco site there?
Yes.
Okay,
it's-
but they're not going to use the drive-in window?
No.
Okay, so who else have you identified as occupiers?
We don't have any signed leases at this point. We have interest by several retailers and several food-oriented fast casual users.
Okay, but at this point, this is the first I've heard about anybody occupying this, so you have to
Okay.
understand I'm a little
Yep.
confused here. So at this point, standing here tonight, not to pick on you, but you're the one that introduced the topic, so we don't know who's going to use the drive-in window right now, correct?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
And just parenthetically, since you have all this experience, I guess I'm curious, do you feel that a traffic count which hasn't identified the retail occupant of a location that may in fact be a restaurant, food service, alcohol, whatever, a traffic count without knowing who's actually going to occupy the building is a valid traffic count?
Yes, the traffic counts took into consideration a drive-through user, and there's a lot of statistics of what a drive-through will generate, whether it's a smoothie shop, a coffee shop, or, for example, a drive-through Subway.
Okay.
All right, so they have industry averages, and we're using the industry averages there.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you coming.
I have a
Ms.
few-
Swanson?
Is Puff Tobacco, is that a corporation or is it a franchise?
It is a corporation. They own the majority of all of their locations, I believe.
So the person that's the Puff Tobacco that's gonna be possibly in this area owns the other Puff Tobaccos in there.
Yes, that's
in the
true.
area.
Yes, they do.
So one of the reasons I was confused is because it looks like there's a Puff Tobacco opening next to Little Caesars.
That's correct. It is a relocation of a store that they had at the, it would have been in the northeast corner of Abbott in Lake Lansing. They had to move out, so temporarily, for a short term, they're going to move down next to Little Caesars.
And then they're gonna move to
Then
possibly
they'll
this area.
occupy this building,
All
correct.
right.
That's the plan.
Right. And we don't have like tobacco rules like we do like cannabis stores. Like there's a number of tobacco shops. I'm just saying, like there's one where Marco's is, Marco's Pizza. There's one where Sidebar is. And so now there's this one as well. I'm just thinking about my routes.
This one will be the relocation of the one that's near Marcos.
Okay, thank you. All right. But a number of tobacco shops like we have for cannabis or. Okay.
Not a rule like that, no.
Okay, doctor, do you want to address this, or are you satisfied? Come on up, please.
As you have all, a resident of East Lansing and one of the owners of the property, and as I addressed all of you before, the questions that are coming up here about the trees, this is zoned commercial. This question is late in this game. We're going to have to make some changes there to develop anything. It is commercial property. And as far as the traffic study, we did what was requested with the potential buyers did what was requested by the city. So we keep doing these things, and I will also remind you of our frustration at this point in time and the questions that come up again and again and again on this. We would if there are going to be more questions, we would like to at least even have the opportunity to sit down and talking with you guys about this, because this is, and tell us what you're going to allow there and help us find the person for that. But these people have worked extraordinarily hard for this at this point in time. Please work with us.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask?
Go ahead. Dr.
I'm-
Knapp? You have a question?
You feel strongly about the drive-through, that the drive-through is necessary,
Yes.
and
Yes.
that's, can you tell me more, please?
I am the seller, not the buyer, but as for
Okay.
for them to make this work, yes, that is necessary.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I have another question for staff, if I can.
Please.
And maybe I'm looking at the site plan a little differently than I should be, but am I right that there's a single curb cut that takes traffic into the site? And maybe you can answer the
Give us
question.
a minute, or yeah, the engineer, go ahead.
There is one existing shared driveway at the west end of this land tract.
Right.
There are two old residential driveways left from when there were the three houses on that property. We're closing the two residential driveways, which come right out onto Lake Lansing Road. We're just utilizing the existing shared driveway at the west end. In that shared driveway, there is an existing curb cut at the north end of it, and we're adding a new curb cut off of the shared driveway on the west end, where there's, the traffic count is a few cars an hour. We're adding the entrance into the south parking lot of the proposed strip mall.
Okay, and that is how I'm looking at this.
Yep.
That there's a single curb cut off of Lake Lansing, and then up a certain distance is a curb cut into the first parking area of this retail establishment, and then another curb cut at the very north end of that same shared driveway going into this area. Okay.
Yep.
But my question, because of that, is really how this is to be staged in terms of using a drive-through window, because all the cars will be entering the site from the west side. Is the plan that they pass all the way through the parking lot and then turn north to get into the drive-through lane?
Yes.
And then to exit, if they come down to the pickup window, the only exit for them is back into that single entrance, is that correct?
That is correct, and pardon me, I'm going to look at my own plans here. Yes, the drive-through, the vehicles will come east through the main parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
They wrap around the building, and they come back and they pick up their food while they'll be facing south at the west end of the building. That's where their pickup window is going to be, and they're going to come back out to that two-way entrance and turn right out of there. I don't expect that we will have a lot of use of that north entrance the way it's set up. I would expect the north entrance probably will be used by the trash pickup, where the dumpster is located at the northwest corner of the proposed building. The trash truck will come in there and pick up, and they'll use that north entrance. But other than that, there really won't be a lot of reason for a customer of the retail stores to go around the building if they're just going in the front door.
Okay, and the 5,952 square foot building is solely for the drive-through service?
No, there's the drive-through the area specified for the restaurant is about 2,000 square feet. Let me find it here. Proposed restaurant, 2,047 square feet. The retail space is 3,950 square feet of the building. So it'll only be the west, nominally a third of the building is dedicated for the restaurant user.
Okay. And so is there in-store service as well at this location? In other words, if somebody goes to this restaurant, can they walk through the front door and sit down at a table to get served as well?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Dr. Altman? Following up, if you could, please, sir, the entry to the drive-through, to get to the drive-through, they have to drive along the length of the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Right. So there is a potential conflict between people headed for the drive-through and people pulling into and out of the parking spaces.
Yes, sir.
Can you reassure us that that's not going to create undue safety concerns?
It is a very typical layout. The parking lot is relatively small. I would design it like that time and time again. I've been doing this for 40 plus years now. I would drive that. I would put that drive-through lane through the main parking lot. Yes.
Thank you.
And you've got 40 spaces there, right? Or 30 spaces there.
30 spaces nominally in there. I'd have to refer back to the plans to give you an exact count. The number will be on the cover page of the plans.
But it's 40 because you have 10 on the east side of the
Yep.
drive-through area. Correct.
41 total parking spaces,
Okay.
39 standard and 2 barrier-free spaces provided. Plus, you have a 11-car queue as it wraps around the back of the building to store people waiting to go through the drive-through.
And that queue would be what you would expect to be a reasonable queue, given, but yet without knowing what kind of restaurant is in there.
Yeah, based on the Institute of Traffic or Transportation Engineers, our 95th percentile queue for this facility would be 8 vehicles. City of East Lansing's minimum requirement is 10 vehicles. We provided 11 vehicle queue space on this site plan.
And there actually could be more stacked here than you're showing in the thing, because there's more room below the last car anyway. Right?
Yep.
Okay, Ms. Singh?
I just want to, this conversation, I want to bring to light again a reminder that I heard the prior speaker's point very well in terms of this is a commercially zoned lot. But we are also going through our master planning update where we consider zoning and code that goes around that. For a general call out that empowers council to act and develop what we want to build this community to be. It's really, really important. So it's almost 9 p.m. If you're not in bed, it's a call out that please pay attention to the summer engagement plan. 1. 2, I think you're feeling I'll speak for myself. There's a number of tobacco stores. I mean, I think as a parent, I think there's just a general, that's not what you're here to talk about is the engineer. I think when I talk about radius of 16 inches of trees, we need to, I know Cliff's not even here tonight. We love talking about our canopy. I just call these things out and hear the prior point that if you want to do business in East Lansing, these are the things we care about. We're going to be revamping our code through the master planning process, and we want to empower this community to build what we want to see. So I just want to take liberties to make that point during this discussion.
Okay. I'm going to vote against this, but I want to explain that vote. I sympathize with the owners and understand their frustration here, but I sort of feel like this is putting the cart before the horse. Mr. Meadows and I both served on the Planning Commission back in the 90s, and I've been dealing with traffic counts my whole life. I'm not questioning the traffic count. I understand the science that's applied here, and I understand the marketing aspect in terms of the pandemic or post-pandemic. But my view is this does not meet the special use permit criteria, which is required. Now, if this is not to say I wouldn't vote against this project in almost exactly the same configuration without a drive-in window, but it does have a drive-in window for a business that I don't know what the drive-in's going to be. And so I have concerns about that. I appreciate the staff work, but when I review the drive-in outlets, I'm going to call them, I think I counted up and there were maybe 27. You may have said 24. I don't know. My math wasn't ever very good. But I look at those and I think 9 are what I would call, one of you used fast casual, I think. And 9 of those are fast casual. And the rest of those are some sort of banking aspect, which I think in my way of realizing what's going on, those are a different configuration typically, with less direct access on what I consider to be a very busy thoroughfare. And I think, Mr. O'Brien, you talked about driving up and down that road, and you and I both know that driving up and down Lake Lansing Road that's a busy road. And so I'm going to vote against this because I think that it doesn't meet the following criteria of the special use permit analysis, which is section 50-94, and that's item paren 4 in paren, quote, streets and access facilities serving the site shall be able to safely accommodate the expected traffic generated by the proposed use. The use shall not cause excessive traffic congestion or delays, obstruct access to adjacent properties, or imperil the safety of motorists, pedestrians, or bicyclists. My view, based on my knowledge of that roadway, is that, in fact, this configuration, especially not knowing what this drive-in window is going to be used for, is likely to create problems in violation of paren 4. I also am going to vote against it because of the criteria set forth in paren 5 and paren. The proposed use shall not adversely affect the use and enjoyment of adjacent properties by generating excessive noise, vibration, light, glare, odors, or any other form of pollution or nuisances. Again, because of the traffic potential volume here, and also because I have no idea what that drive-in window is going to be used for, I'm not willing to reach the conclusion that this is not going to have an adverse effect on adjacent properties, et cetera, et cetera. And then finally, item paren 7 in paren under the analysis, the proposed use shall not materially diminish the privacy, safety, security, or enjoyment of any residential dwelling or residential neighborhood within the vicinity of the site, quote unquote. And again, for those same reasons, I just don't think that this configuration with a drive-in window that hasn't been defined who's going to be using it for what purpose, I just don't think it meets that criteria. So on that basis, respectfully to the owners and everybody that's done the work on this, I'm going to be voting against this tonight. And I want to say again, if this comes back to us without a drive-in window, or it comes back to us with a specific use for a drive-in window, then my view may be different. And so that's why I'm voting against it. Other discussion? Dr. Ullman?
Thank you. I do have one final question for staff. Would this zoning admit of a 2-story structure with residential on the 2nd floor?
I'm going to refer to my zoning expert here, if you give her a moment.
Yep. And incidentally, thank you for all the background work on the drive-through inventory and also the the retail and commercial inventory.
So it doesn't look like a residential use would be permitted in the B5 zoning district.
But it would allow a two-story building.
Yes, the maximum building height is 4 stories or 64 feet.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Yes, ma'am.
I don't see Chipotle on the drive-through list. Doesn't Chipotle have a drive-through? On Lake Sagan?
Oh, maybe. I didn't know if they had it. I didn't know they had a drive-through with it.
Brand new, sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. Isn't it weird, some of the things that, might be weird, some of the things that I know when and don't know. But I do want to comment that I will be voting in favor. I sense the frustration, and I don't like us getting a reputation that we're difficult to work with. I think for folks that do use drive-throughs, this would be special for them because there's not a lot of drive-throughs in the area. And I also think about the different arguments that have come up, like Chipotle was one of the recent ones that I remember in the conversations on the drive-through, and if that was going to be problematic for people, because some people do appreciate the drive-throughs. And I think about other spots like McDonald's. Like McDonald's wraps around the building. Grand River is a very busy street, but I don't hear about a lot of accidents from the drive-throughs. I do have respect and regard for the neighborhood and the neighborhood change that they might be experiencing, but I still believe that we'd be able to work that out. For example, we're able to time restrict drive-throughs so it's not as disturbing for folks, or there's things that we can work with so it's amendable for everybody and that possibly makes them happy because they can get access to foods or resources and stuff. So I'll be voting in favor.
Okay, any other comments? Okay.
Just would indicate that I agree with the analysis that the mayor had. I think there is an issue with regard to how things will move through this particular site. But I also I think I've indicated previously that I do have an issue with regard to the traffic on Lake Lansing and how this may increase some conflicts within there. Like the mayor, really, if there was no drive-through here, I probably would be voting for this. I think then we wouldn't have the type of traffic issue that is before us. And I would add that what the mayor was referring to, which was 5094 paren A paren 4, we also have 5094 paren B. And to me, not knowing what is actually going to go in here does influence my ability, I feel, to actually approve this project. So to the extent that you can identify an actual user, that also allows us to take a look at whether a drive-through will produce that kind of traffic issue that some unknown retailer or food provider would actually provide within the community. So that's my reasons for agreeing with the mayor on this one.
Okay, anybody else? Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Altman?
No.
Councilmember Meadows?
No.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
No. Motion fails 3-2. Okay, moving on the agenda to item 5.2. Do we have a staff person on this one?
Yes, Kathy, Jim.
Good evening, Council. I'm up here for item 5.2. Heather Pope is joining me so that we can save a little time because we will both be handling item 5.4, so we're just going to stay up here through that item if you don't mind. I'm here tonight requesting approval on the contract for Spalding DeDecker Associates for consulting services for the development of our next 5-year Park Recreation, Open Space, and Greenways plan. This plan is incredibly important to our park master planning. The consultant allows us to do very, very extensive community input, assessment, inventory of all of our green spaces, our parks, our trail systems, to really look at what is needed. Also looks at ADA needs. Just to give you an idea from the current 5-year plan that will expire at the end of this year, some of the improvements that came out of that plan that you've seen recently are all the improvements at Emerson Park, which that park was recommended for redevelopment, Stoddard Park as well, and Patriarch Park was called out for reconstructing the tennis and the pickleball courts. So when you talk about the items that we bring before you and the planning that we do over the course of 5 years based in this plan and the community input that we get for the plan, it really comes to fruition with these projects, and we follow the plan. So,
thank you.
Any
questions for
questions?
staff?
No, I'll move that we approve this.
Meadows moves that we approve a contract with Spalding DeDecker Associates for $63,211 for consulting services for the development of the 5-year Park, Recreation, Open Space, and Greenways plan, and authorize the city manager to sign. And Councilperson Watson seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Item 5.3, is that the two of you also? Oh, but, so I 5.3. Oh, I think Mr. Altman wanted to have this discussion?
I think we deferred this to tonight from an earlier meeting.
I understand that, but I thought that Mr. Altman wanted a discussion about naming.
It's my recollection that this is the request that was previously made of a non-resident, and there was some concern whether that was permissible under our process, and so it was pulled at that time. Subsequently, several residents made the same request, and so we brought it back without that concern.
Okay, well, my recollection of this when we were looking at it, naming a room here, is that the policy is such that the mayor appoints an ad hoc committee. So I guess if that's where we're going, I'd like somebody else to make a motion.
I'm making the motion.
Authorizing the mayor to appoint an ad hoc committee. Meadows moves that the mayor may, under the existing policy, appoint an ad hoc committee for renaming the East Lansing Aquatic Center and Softball Complex to the Theodore and Carroll State and Family Aquatic Center and Softball Complex. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Singh. Any further discussion?
I have some comments. First
ahead.
of all, I think there might be a little misunderstanding about what this actually does. This simply allows the mayor to appoint a committee. That committee makes a recommendation, and it comes back to council. This doesn't result necessarily in the naming of anything. And in fact, under our guidelines, the ad hoc committee can consider something completely different to honor these people, or to do something else with regard to recognizing Ted and Carroll State. So this is a very preliminary activity, and I know I mentioned before, but I think if you go back and take a look at the Sally Silver thing, which was approved by council, that is still pending out there. So there's no timeline on getting an answer to us either. This just simply allows the mayor to appoint an ad hoc committee. Now, just one other note. I went through the guidelines after this last meeting. There's nothing in those guidelines that says that a recommendation has to be made by somebody actually living in the city of East Lansing. That is just not a requirement.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
A conversation
Oh,
discussion.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
And Councilmember Altman had his hand raised as well.
I'm sorry.
So to my recollection, this was tabled because there was a question about how it happens, that something can be named for a person. And so it's interesting to see it back up here, kind of without that discussion taking place of, is this a equitable process that we have for how a park or a place can get named? I just want to argue that I think typically when an ad hoc committee is formed for these, it trends towards that it's named by that person. I could be wrong, but typically like that's where we're headed if we talk about an ad hoc committee. I do appreciate your clarification, though, because I hadn't read it, about it could name something different, or it could mean something different for the naming of the aquatic center, so I do appreciate that.
Yeah, there's a very explicit written policy that has several pages to it, so there are some very explicit criteria, and the council can review those criteria when this committee comes back to us with its suggestions. Go ahead, Dr. Altman.
I want to read from Policy Resolution 2012-5, which is in the packet, so I'm taking that to be the operative resolution. And point 1.6 says the right to name a property may only be requested by and granted to an individual residing in the city. So that's where I got that from. I may be missing something, but that was what triggered my question. I have a second question, which is this committee, the ad hoc committee, is it governed by the Open Meetings Act?
Yeah, I think it is. I think Mr. Chubb and I discussed that with regard to the room naming here, so it would be my intent that that would be an open meeting.
So I would look forward to reading a report from the committee that includes, I would like to suggest that the committee make it clear that they're willing to take public input on this question, and then I look forward to reading the report based on that.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Item 5.4, consideration of a contract for $52,463 for Spalding DeDecker Associates for consulting services for Valley Court Park and corridor redevelopment, and authorize the city manager to sign.
Good evening, Council. Yes, we're here tonight to discuss with you this. It'd be more of a visioning, a contract to have Spalding Decker provide visioning. Oh my gosh, I can't talk tonight. Visioning sessions with East Lansing residents and community members to look at how we access and use Valley Court Park. You know, over the past 5 years, we've seen a large redevelopment activities take place in the west end of our downtown. They were under construction for several years. We've had infrastructure improvements, building improvements. We have the Graduate Hotel. We have the MSU FCU building. And so we have all these nice buildings. We have nice new roads and sidewalks. But now we need to look at what else we can do to enhance that area. So we're looking at really how people access Valley Court Park, how they, from what points from Delta, from Abbott, cutting through neighborhoods, and
Excuse me just a second. All right. You guys we can hear you, so just hang on for a second. Go ahead, please.
So what we'd be looking at is entering into this contract with Spalding DeDecker. They would be holding a couple of public meetings. We would do electronic surveys of how people want to see that corridor redeveloped. And tying into that, we'd be also looking specifically at Valley Court Park. So that's why Kathy's here with me, of what type of amenities and improvements we would like to see at that park also.
Questions for staff? Haven't we done this before? I thought maybe when Mr. Meadows or Mr. Singh were on the council 20 years ago, this was done. Don't we have some history on this? And maybe when haven't we already done this?
We talked about doing this just a couple of years ago. We actually had come to council with planning at the time to talk about doing a revisioning for that area. At that time, MEDC came out with the RAP grant. We saw that as an opportunity, and so rather than doing that complete revisioning at the time, we actually went for that opportunity, that RAP grant opportunity. You'll recall that that was for a pavilion at Valley Court. We did a lot of community input on that project, but we set aside the visioning because there was not time to do both. It was an opportunity at the time when that grant came out. That was the first round coming out of the pandemic with MEDC, and we really felt like we couldn't not try to go after that opportunity. And now we're going back to that visioning that we intended to do in the beginning, to really get that community input and to really look at what this whole corridor and the park can look like in terms of placemaking, in terms of the master plan of the park as well.
And the RAP program may get some funding before they break for summer. So just know that there could be additional bites at the apple.
And that is something else that we talked about in collaborating in this way and bringing both of these contracts forward. Our ability to seek grants for this work really increases, both for a Natural Resources Trust Fund grant and for a MEDC RAP grant and others in this area.
Mr. Bellman, do you have a recommendation for us on this?
I recommend the proposal before you because I think there's some desire to obtain public input on how we connect Valley Court to the downtown and what future uses of this property would be best for the public space that's there.
So you're talking about future uses of Valley Court?
For public space, of the public space.
Other questions, Mr. Ullman?
I have a somewhat tangential question. So this activity and whatever would stem from it are all in the DDA area, correct?
Yes.
So my broader question is, what are the rules for deciding what the city pays for and what the DDA pays for? And the context for that question for listeners is that the DDA has its own budget, which is funded largely by property taxes, a lot of which would flow to the city if the DDA weren't capturing them. So do we have rules for deciding when projects like this are allocated to the city versus the DDA?
So the thought was, because we're doing the combination of looking at both the corridor improvements in the Valley Court Park, that the planning department would share with the Parks and Recreation department budget, and then as the plan is created and we want to do the actual improvements, the infrastructure, the additions of whatever those items may be, we would seek the DDA to do a match if it was for a RAP grant or pay for those improvements at that time.
Is that sort of a standard rubric we use where the city covers sort of the planning efforts and then the DDA covers implementation?
It depends on the project.
Okay, so it's a project-specific thing. So I'll just comment briefly. I would welcome, I realize we have a lot of other stuff going on, and this may not be a priority, but I would welcome sort of a larger discussion about how we think about the DDA budget and how we think about the city budget when it comes to projects that affect the DDA area. I tried to think about this in the run-up to our adopting the budget, and I think I need some help. The lines aren't as clear as I hoped they might be when I started thinking about it. But I think the system we have that, for example, is project-specific might work as well as we could expect it to and might be just fine. But maybe there are things that we can do to make these guidelines a little bit clearer, perhaps in the future. So that this might be, if there's interest from others in talking about this, I would welcome that kind of conversation.
What's the corridor? How are you defining the corridor?
So we're looking at the area from Abbott, Abbott to the west. So you're looking at Albert Avenue and how it ties into Valley Court. You're looking at Delta. You're looking at Oak Hill, how it wraps around to Valley Court. We're looking at all those areas. But mainly, the main focus, all of this came up because, in the Community Economic Development Division, we do a lot of outreach, we do a lot of events, we hear from a lot of people, and people don't realize what we have at the west end of the downtown. They think when they get to the intersection of Albert and Abbott, the downtown has ended. And that is because for years, as you recall, the buildings were boarded up, there was, the road needed to be realigned, there was just a lot of construction. And then since 2017, really that whole area of that downtown has been redeveloped. It looks nice. You turn down and head west down to Albert now. You've got the Graduate Hotel. You've got MSU FCU. You've got the DDA properties being ready to be developed. You've got People's Church, and then you tie into Valley Court. But as you drive through there, it's new concrete, new asphalt. There's not a lot of color. You see brick buildings, and so if you go through other parts of our downtown, you'll see, some of our placemaking efforts. You'll see art, you'll see our wayfinding signage, you'll see banners on our light posts, you'll see benches that draw people to those areas. So we really want to do, what we want to do is continue that effort down that corridor, and it could be, specifically down Albert Avenue, but also looking at the other entry points that people come into that area, which is Delta and Oak Hill.
I would just chime in, because not that I'm reading the mayor's mind, so I'm not doing that, but I know I talked about it a lot during the campaign in terms of protecting green space, but that process and this visioning piece can draw in public comment on, again, what they expect from that space. So it doesn't mean we're going to plop, stuff on there for sure. It just means there's going to be a visioning process, so we are positioned to go after grants.
Correct.
Okay, but the corridor is not Grand River Avenue.
Correct. It's not Grand River.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. No. Passes 4-1.
You didn't have a motion.
I don't know if we had a motion.
There was a motion.
Oh, okay.
I'll
Sorry
move
about
That's
that. I'll move approval. Well, I guess we've taken care of that one then.
Gives you an opportunity
Yeah,
to
I
change your
guess
mind.
I've taken care of that one. Mr. Meadows makes a motion to approve the contract with Spalding DeDecker Associates for $63,211 for consulting services for the development of the 5-year park, recreation, open space, and greenways plan.
Wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did make that motion.
Yeah, I know you made that motion. Where are we? Okay, Mr. Meadows makes the motion to approve a contract for $52,463 for Spalding DeDecker Associates for consulting services for Valley Court Park and corridor redevelopment, and authorize the city manager to sign. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. I'm going to explain why I'm going to vote against this. I appreciate all your work on this. Let me see how to say this. I think we're taking this out of a larger construct, especially when you start looking at this 5-year comprehensive plan thing we're doing. And I think a lot of this, I don't begrudge Spalding DeDecker Associates $52,463, but I just think we have so much talent across the street and in town of people that would love to be involved in this. And I just don't see the need to spend that money at this point in time. Now, I understand that this may be a precursor to getting a grant, and I guess maybe it's, which comes first, the chicken or the egg, but I'm thinking if we get into the territory where there's grant money available for this, then we can probably pass something at that point in time. So I just think we're doing, and I understand that it coincides with our strategic plans that we passed. But I just think there might be a different way to do this that doesn't involve some outside entity coming in and, setting up charrettes or whatever we're going to do this. So that's my objection. So I understand I'm going to lose, but any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Nay. Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 5.5, consideration of approval for ordinance 1534, amendments to regulatory requirements and administrative procedures for operating mobile food vending units in the city of East Lansing. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Matt Apostle, Community and Economic Development Specialist here with the City of East Lansing. So this item was last discussed at the April 16th meeting. Since then, based on the comments received at that meeting, the City Attorney and our staff worked to make 2 changes There was a definition for a private event that was added to Section 8-131 of the ordinance on page 2 of the ordinance document, and then there was a grammatical error that was fixed in Section 8-133, subsection 5, per council request on page 3 of the, ordinance. Happy to answer any questions that council may have, as well as the city attorney, because we worked on it collaboratively.
Thank you, Mr. Apostle. Any questions? Dr. Altman?
I have a couple. Just a couple of specific questions. 8-51 sub F. Let me find it. I need to find it here.
Can you say that again, please, Eric?
Sorry, it's 8-151, 151 sub F. I think I misspoke.
I have found it.
Okay. Any person under the age of 18 years of age, comma, except that person under age 18 peddling or vending from a motor vehicle shall be required to obtain a license. I could not parse that sentence.
I will defer to the city attorney for more information, but I believe that that section's referring to like a child's lemonade stand would be exempt from having to receive this license to do their lemonade stand.
So that makes sense to me. Is there a comma missing there somewhere?
Again, this is not one of the portions we amended. Just trying to figure out what the intention is here.
8-151 sub F.
The way I read it is that any person under the age of 18 years of age can't engage without first obtaining the license. And then it goes on to say, except that that person under age 18 peddling or vending from a motor vehicle shall be required to obtain a license. So at least the way I'm seeing it is, it says exactly the same thing. If you're under 18, you have to have a license. I think probably the intent was what you guys were talking about, the lemonade stand.
So each of these subsections refer to, I was just going to say refer to sections where individuals do not have to obtain the license. So any person under the age of 18 years would not have to obtain a license under this ordinance unless that person is vending from a mobile or from like a mobile vehicle.
If this language is clear to everybody but me, I am fine with it.
No, I think there is, first of all, I think when we approve something, if there's a grammatical error or something like that, that can be corrected even though we've approved it. And in this particular instance, there should be a comma after vehicle, and there should be the letter A, except that a person under the age of 18 peddling, that should be in there as well, I think. And that would clear everything up.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I understand what you guys are saying, but I don't like doing this at the table. And now Dr. Altman's got me thinking about this entire section. So,
oh boy.
Well, I just think it's awkward, okay, at a minimum.
While you're thinking, can I ask a second question?
Let me just follow up on one thing. So, again, I haven't gone back and read everything, but this gets back to a question I've been asking the city attorney and city manager ever since the city manager got here. What is a peddler or solicitor? Is solicitor defined any place else? And specifically,
that's an attorney.
Yeah, specifically, I'm referring to those people who would solicit the public for affinity purposes. Could be religion, could be any number of things. And so, and of course that gets to what is the business.
Yeah, so this really just speaks to soliciting for sale of goods and services, and it's really under the mobile food vending license. It doesn't get into the realm of the free speech-based issues.
But there are definitions of both peddler and solicitor in the ordinance.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, I want to go back to Meadows and Almond then. It shall be unlawful for any person to engage in the business of a peddler, solicitor, transient food merchant, or mobile food vending unit within the limits of the city, except as provided essentially hereafter, without first having obtained a license, correct? So we defined the category, and they said, you can't do this unless you have a license, correct, Mr. Chubb? Correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
yes.
so then we go down to F, which was Mr. Altman's question. Any person under the age of 18 years of age. So any person under the age of 18 years of age doesn't need a license, or does? I'm forgetting the rest of that section F right now.
They do not need a license unless they have are peddling or vending from a motor vehicle.
Okay, well, so the way I'm reading this is, again, you create the universe up at the top, and you say everybody hereinafter named has to have a license.
That's the opposite is true. It's everybody has to have a license except for the following exceptions.
I don't think that's what it's saying, man. It says it shall be unlawful for any person to engage in the business of a peddler, solicitor, transit, or mobile food vending unit within the limits of the city, except as provided in subsections A through other, without first having obtained a license. So you're saying all of these people don't need a license?
Yes.
Now I'm remembering why I voted against this 2 years ago. So these are all unlicensed people, correct?
Under the mobile food vending.
Yeah, I get that, but
They would
then
not
my
be required
recollection
to-
was when I raised this issue the last time, Mr. Chubb, I think your view, because I was worried about public health aspects of this, and your view was, well, the public health aspects of this are picked up by the county.
As it relates to food safety, that's correct. We also have indemnification of the city and requirements for commercial general liability insurance as well. That would go to the public health aspects or public safety aspects outside the food health.
Okay, Dr. Altman, have I incredibly brilliantly explained all of your concerns?
You actually have.
Okay.
Well, but I have more, if I may. So I now understand F to say that if you're under age 18, you don't need a license if you've got a lemonade stand, unless you're peddling or vending from a motor vehicle, and then you do require a license. Okay, I got it. And if everybody else understands it the same way, then I'm happy with that. I have a question about I, later in that subsection, near the top of the next page. Those persons having credentials representing any locally established religious organization or school, and which states that the entire proceeds of sale shall be paid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What's the which talking about? Is it the credentials?
It references it's the I see your question maybe whether it's the person stating it or the credentials, but I would presume it's the credentials.
So, but credentials is a plural, right? And states, so shouldn't it say which state that the entire proceeds?
If you want to take out the S on states and we can keep the rest of it, I could negotiate that right now.
And again, if,
Yeah, I think that there may be an S on states.
An unnecessary S?
That is unnecessary because it's referencing the plural credentials.
Okay. That would match my understanding. And then my last question was about 8-133, sub 11. There is a he, she that I was hoping we could change to such licensee. And if that's acceptable, do you need a motion for that, or can you do that without a motion?
We could just do a motion with the amendments as referenced, I think.
Which so the he, she, and then removing the S from states, those two?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Then I would like to make a motion to amend 8-133 sub 11 by replacing he/she with the text such licensee. And then 8-151 sub 1 sub I to change the text which states to read which state.
I don't think we have a motion on the floor, so if you
Yes.
want to make a,
So I think first we need the underlying motion.
well, can he make a motion to approve it with the changes he just suggested?
So let me amend my motion to make the motion to approve the ordinance with those two changes.
With those changes, and if you could also incorporate the updated language that was in front of each of you that also revokes policy resolution 2021-18.
And I would like to amend the motion to include revocation of policy resolution 2021-18.
Yeah, I don't think you're amending the motion because it's your motion. So what you're doing is you're moving to approve with those amendments, changes to the text.
Correct.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Go ahead, please.
The commercial liability insurance. I sent an email asking how it compares to other commercial liability insurance requirements for mobile vendors. Are we competitive? City of Lansing has, food trucks. And so is the commercial liability insurance that we're putting on for City of East Lansing, is it comparable to City of Lansing or Lansing food trucks that you see?
I know that, if I may, Asia Civ responded to your inquiry in an email that went out about 1:20 this afternoon. It stated it was a bit difficult to get exact comparison to surrounding communities about commercial liability insurance and mobile vendors. City of Lansing does not have a like program. Delta Charter Township requires commercial liability insurance coverage, but does not specify a dollar amount under mobile food vending policies. Kalamazoo requires proof of commercial liability insurance coverage with limits no less than $2 million, and Dearborn requires proof with limits no less than $1 million. She also spoke with Craig Manser, who is the agent we met last meeting with MMRMA about the topic, since it's an area that he works extensively on. He said the most communities do require insurance for food vendors, and $1 million per occurrence is standard, and most vendors carry this.
I don't know who Craig is. Who is Craig?
The man who
Craig?
presented to us about the insurance
Okay.
coverage.
So we didn't contact Lansing though, because Lansing has like a whole food truck event too, and you see their food trucks around, so they would be our competition to, is it fair, or are we asking for too much? Are we asking for like a common amount? Could the requirement be a deterrent because it's not what people typically carry? And that's what I'm trying to understand to make a decision.
And from the information, if I may, it is indicated it is common for the $1 million.
From Menser, but not from contacting City of Lansing to find out what the requirements are for people to have food trucks on properties.
Councilmember Watson, if I may.
Yeah.
When we received your request, I reached out to Delta, Meridian, and Lansing. Heard back from Delta. I did not hear back from Meridian or Lansing, so I looked into their programs. I could not find information about a commercial liability insurance requirement for Meridian or Lansing under their food truck policies. So that's why I did not include that information there. I can tell you from my experience with running the program for the past few years, I've heard several complaints from food truck owners regarding the program in various ways, but I have never heard a complaint regarding the commercial liability insurance. And From my recollection, all of them tend to have $1 million. It's pretty standard.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Do we, go ahead.
Question, which actually goes back to something that Councilmember Altman asked about. This subsection I in 8-151, paren 1, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. Those persons having credentials representing any locally established religious organization or school, and which states that the entire proceeds of sales shall be paid over to the school or religious organization. That seems fine to me. Or representing any newspaper of general circulation. They're completely disconnected. They don't have anything to do with each other. So why isn't, if we're exempting people who represent a newspaper of general circulation, why have we lumped it into I, and why isn't it a separate subsection?
This wasn't a part of the amendments, and so I don't really know what preceding circumstances or situations may have resulted in the adoption of that particular portion of the ordinance. It does look like it was adopted in 2013.
2022.
Do we have a motion? Yes, Mr. Altman made the motion. Do we have a second?
We had a second. It was Mayor Pro Tem.
Second, okay. Any further discussion? Okay,
Okay. I have something to say.
go ahead.
I just want to say, I'll be voting in favor, but please keep me posted if you get a response from City of Lansing. It feels more comfortable to know that it's common as opposed to, it's reassuring what you said, but just to specifically know. Because again, if a person can just operate their truck up the street because it's not common, I just, want to know that. So, but thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I just was waiting for an answer to Councilmember Mendo's question.
I think the answer was this ordinance, major portions in this ordinance were already in effect before Mr. Chubb got here, and so he doesn't know how that language got in there. Is that a correct?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay.
But that being said, it's very concerning, especially when we had the conversations that we had earlier about the interplay between different portions of the rental ordinance and the housing ordinance and everything, that we say we don't know why it's there, so let's take it out. And so when we do look at these updates, I don't presume there's no reason for it, and so I'd rather wait to figure out when we think it's something that needs to be removed and investigate that specific situation.
I'm not advocating to remove it. I'm just, I'll make a motion. I move that with regard to 8-151 I, that be amended to eliminate or representing any newspaper of general circulation, and that we add a subsection J, which provides those persons representing any newspaper of general circulation. Then it is separate, it doesn't seem linked, and is still an exception.
I want to make sure I understand this. So this thing that you're reading from says that somebody who owns a newspaper can have a food truck? Is that what that says?
No, it's not a food truck thing, it's a requirement for licensure.
So a newspaper has to have a license?
No, it exempts it from having a license.
Oh, okay. Thought this was about food trucks.
Well, a lot of it was, but now we get to look at the whole thing.
I love you guys like brothers and sisters. You're just making my points for me. Sorry, but it's okay. I think what you're moving to do is amend Councilperson Altman's motion. So is there a second for the amendment?
I will second,
Okay.
and I have a question.
Discussion on Meadows' motion to amend. Go ahead, please.
Question of the city attorney, are you satisfied that we're not doing any damage with this?
the way that that's being done, that's fine. It doesn't have any substantive impact, but I do think that can be done as a friendly amendment if you're the one that's making the second.
Yeah, I would accept that as a friendly amendment to my motion.
Okay, so now we have the friendly amendment, which we don't have to vote on, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we're back to the main motion, which I'm not going to try to restate for the record, but it's clear in the record as far as I'm concerned. And so is there any further discussion? I'm going to vote against this motion. I'm pretty sure the record will show that I voted against the amendments to this ordinance. The last time we voted, I can't remember if it was one summer or 2 summers ago. And I think this is a perfect example of something, no offense to any of you or the staff. I mean, I understand that people want food trucks and stuff, but this makes me very nervous, including, as I now go through this, under 8-151, paren 1, n paren E, n paren, which, as I recall how this morphed itself into this text the last time we did this, it is then up to the city manager to, I guess, be the person who approves certain licensing, et cetera. You guys can read it yourself, but at the time I thought that was, there were no standards constitutionally for that, and I thought that was probably an unfortunate thing to do. In any event, so I'm going to vote against it. So are we all ready to vote now? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Nay. Motion passes 4-1. Now I've gotten so confused that I think we're at the next thing, which is introduce and refer to the Planning Commission Ordinance 1535, amendments to the zoning ordinance which define, quote, bed and breakfast.
Okay, I'll move that we refer ordinance 1535 to the Planning Commission. It's a zoning ordinance that would define bed and breakfast.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Watson. Any discussion necessary?
I just want to make one comment.
Go ahead.
That there is a statewide definition of bed and breakfast. That's a little bit different than ours. So I would hope that the Planning Commission will discuss these differences so that when we get the report back, we can tell why East Lansing is a little bit different than everybody else.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. Motion, or excuse me, I didn't mean that. It's unanimous. Anything else on the regular agenda, folks? Have I missed anything in terms of amended agenda? Okay, do we have a motion with regard to closed session?
I have a motion, Mayor.
Thank you.
I make a motion to enter into closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268 sub 1 sub C to discuss strategy connected with the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement, as well as pursuant to MCL 15.268 sub 1 sub H to discuss an attorney-client privilege memorandum that is exempt from disclosure pursuant to MCL 15.243 sub 1 sub G.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Councilmember Altman?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
Yes, and to remind the public, we'll be coming back only to adjourn, as I anticipate no action. So, where are we meeting? All right, we're back on the record here. Do we have a motion?
Session.
Second.
Is that sufficient, Mr. Chubb? Yes. Okay, roll call vote?
Councilmember Altman?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
Yes, meeting adjourned. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.